Alright then, welcome back everyone. Let's not waste any more time. We are back working on the thumbnail for the upcoming stream on Saturday. Now that we've actually started the game, obviously it's time to commence with our actual plan for this thumbnail, which is to have the hold on, where's the sketch? There we are. Which is to have the characters facing the DM screen in this way. Oop. Basically, based on who we currently have in our party. I did actually have the foresight to make a little screenshot regarding that. Hold on, where do I... Ah, there we are. Copy image, and then... as web. There we are. So yeah, I did actually take a screenshot of our currently active party from behind, so that we can use that as a reference image. And then also, I was kind of thinking that the table is still looking a bit barren, so we might also work towards populating it a bit more with some random stuff. And to that end, I have this here. I've actually, for the placement of the dice and the character sheets on the table, I've actually gone ahead and made a scene like this in Blender, where I basically lined up the perspective of the shot with the picture, and then, oh hello Eule, good evening to you too. As you can see, we're currently working further on our thumbnail, and I'm just going through describing my process of using Blender to basically create a reference for for the things placed upon the table, because doing it like this is a lot of work, but it can also save you a lot of guesswork in trying to, you know, getting the placement properly right of things, and this just saves you a lot of headache sometimes. So I am thinking we might go ahead and make ourselves a little model of an abacus here that we can then place in the scene. So for that, we're gonna wanna go ahead and create a cube. Hold on, probably... Hold on, let's get rid of this first. And then, alright, cube, then we wanna scale that thing. Hello, moon. Hold on, scale, and then Shift Z, I think, yes. That way we can make a bit of a pillar like this, and then... duplicate that thing. B control. Duplicate that thing. Place this somewhere... here, I think, is good for an abacus. Then we want a cylinder. Turn that thing 90 degrees on the z-axis. That's wrong. Hold on, it was the y-axis, not the z-axis. There we go. Then, radius of, let me say 0.2, no that's too thick, 0.1. Is that, I think we'll say 0.07. Yeah, that's better. I think it's more the opposite of hubris. I claim it's hubris to try and do all of this freehand, so I'm just going to... basically, the thing we are doing here is we're making a reference scene in Blender. I've already used this technique for, as you can see here, the dice and the character sheets. What I did was I made the scene, lined it up with the unfinished image, then I placed the stuff in the scene, made a screenshot of this, and then used that as a reference image to trace the geometry of the things placed upon the table in our actual Krita scene. It is a lot of effort. Some might argue too much effort or unnecessary effort, but I do think it saves you a lot of trouble trying to get the thingies right. Hold on. Yep, like so. Then we just want to copy paste this a few times. Do I want to be exact with the... Nah, I think just being somewhat accurate here is enough. So, I mean, I guess I could have used an array modifier to save myself a lot of trouble, but it's fine. Nah, it's not even. Let me just, yeah, hold on. Let me just go with an array modifier. Generate array. Count, let's say 4, factor, relative offset. Yeah, something like this. There we go. Yeah, I have actually been thinking about that, because I do eventually want either a live 2D or a 3D model, but, oh, Smurfton. If you try using 2D DirectX library, you find that they run... I mean... are you talking about, VTuber models? I mean, most people I think currently use Live 2D, which obviously uses a bunch of planes and meshes to simulate three-dimensionality, but there are also programs. I actually have to look into what programs you use to rig a 3D VTuber model, because obviously I can model and rig something in Blender, but that does not make a that alone does not a 3D a VTuber model make. So because I know how to get a VTuber model, I have actually made one as just like a test, a practice. Doesn't look anything like my current design. Hold on, I maybe can... Yeah, here I can show you the work I did on it. Does it open? Yeah. So basically this is a model I did basically with the sole purpose of just using it as practice in working in Live 2D, and I did actually manage to rig this model somewhat functionally, with, you know, head turns, eye openings, shape of brow shape, mouth shape, stuff like that. But that was working in Live 2D. I know, after having done it, I know why rigging is so expensive. why rigging commission work is so expensive, why people charge so much for it, because it is a nightmare. It's so much work, and it's so finicky. Haven't done it in ages, and honestly not too keen to repeat that, but yeah. So, now, hold on, can I copy? Trying to remember how this worked. No, I don't think I can really copy the modifier, but that's fine. Then we want a... I guess I can just... Well, I can't borrow... No, hold on. Control copy, B, and then scale this bad boy. Something like this. And then... can I... Oh, okay, you can... Let me get rid of the... Nope, that's the wrong one. Come on, there we go. Can I not... There we go. And then... hold on. If I go into edit mode and then scale this bad boy up a bit to make like a pearl. There we go. How are we looking for this? Let me look at some reference images of an abacus. I mean, actually, hold on. Traditionally, you'd use more of a pearl, which would be circular. So... Although, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. This part especially. Hold on. Oh, did I... okay, how do I fix this? Can I just lazily do it like this? Yeah, I guess I can. It's not perfect, but if I go like... No. Basically. And then I just apply this. And then add modifier array as 0. Nope. 0. There we go. Something like this. Yup. And then I'm just gonna... Hold on, I should probably put all of this stuff in a collection so I can hide it together. New collection. Let me move all of that into this new collection, and then I can hide it. There we go. And then, edit mode, And now I'm just gonna move a few of these around. Oop. I only ever seem to be available during the art streams. Face must want me trapped in this category. Well, maybe. We did have some performance issues with Baldur's Gate 3, which, in usual fashion, I did try again after stream and everything was fine. I think the main issue was just that OBS, while streaming, takes up a lot of RAM. And I then remembered that I somewhat recently downgraded from 16 to just 8 RAM, which isn't great, but I did end up installing a performance mod that just makes Baldur's Gate 3 basically high priority. So hopefully that'll help. Okay. So now we have this very basic model of an abacus, and now we're just going to apparent object. I think that's what we want. If I Huh? Parents, objects, okay. Yeah, okay, and if I scale it, yeah, okay, that's everything. So now let's, oh, hello, Stockler. As you can see, we're currently in the midst of creating some more 3D reference stuff to, what's the word? Help us. Hold on. RX 90. There we go. Now we're just gonna move this basically. Hold on. Where ideally would I want this? So that's it being on the table. Then let's move it around a bit. Yeah, honestly, let's try and put it like here maybe. Let's scale it down a bit further. Something like this maybe. Hold on. Yeah, that could work. Hold on, but it needs to be rotated a bit more. There we go. Scale down, maybe just a bit more. Then... yeah, something like this maybe. Hold on, where's the edge of the... ah. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm liking this. Maybe we want to add some more sheets, though I'm not so sure about that. Maybe just like at the edge of the screen. So if we copy this one, then RZ, something like this. that's wrong. Yeah, something like this. Hold on, are these really the same? Yeah. Oop. That's not what I wanted. Go, 0. Now we just make a screenshot. Screenshot. Damn it. Of this. Further zoomed in. Yeah, like so. Oh wait, no, this is too far down. Or too high. I don't know. Yeah, something like this, yeah. I think we're covering everything here. I wish I could turn off... Hold on, let me just go into my settings so you don't have to... Play notification sound off, okay. Now I think you should be spared of that whenever I do the... Ah, there we go. But that's not what I wanted. I wanted a new layer. Where's the old one? There we are. There we go. So this is Blender Rev 2. Add a transform mask to that. And then we can... Hold on. Line this up as best as possible. Oh. That's pretty close already. Honestly, doesn't really need to be more precise than this. I think... hold on. So... Still a bit too small. Just a little bit larger. Always kind of the trouble with working in two different applications is that you get used to the one control scheme and then you try to use it for the other application and it does a completely different thing. Yeah, I think this is working pretty well. So let me put it like this. And then, hold on. Nope. There we go. Now, finally, we can get to working on this thing. This one, I think size 9. Yeah, I should probably add some more dice into the scene, that's true. I mean, I guess I could always just do the somewhat lazy thing and copy and paste these over, since the perspective doesn't really change. And, you know, lay some out on here or something like that. Well, we'll see. Now, one issue we are kind of facing is this grid sadly doesn't really line up that perfectly with our perspective, so we might have to work on that. on. Nope. There we go. I think these could stand to be a bit narrower, so I'm gonna place... hold on. How best to go about this? Something like this, perhaps? Yeah. There we go. Hold on. Go. Get rid of that. Remove any confusion. There we go. Just typing the message, made the reflexive desire to look at more dice. Made the reflexive desire to look at more dice. I'm very abnormal in that case because I only own a single D20 that I barely use because it doesn't like me. I'm very much the abnormal one. I am still a dice goblin in the sense that I steal other people's dice because I don't have any. But yeah, for some reason I just the urge to buy like 50,000 different dice just never hit for me. Never activated. Yep, I think this is good. Yeah, it does kind of... It is... although maybe it isn't even that much at odds with the way the grid works currently. Yeah, honestly, it kind of works. And doing a complex piece of geometry like this abacus freehand... obviously doable, but if you place it in such a complicated position, you kind of really have to know what you're doing when you're drawing the perspective, and a lot of times, well, not really, just kind of, I guess I just haven't been in a physical... Well, I guess some also order their dice online, which I also don't really do. It's less wisdom because I definitely I spend a lot of stuff, a lot of money on other stuff sometimes. So it's just that part of being a D&D player just for some reason has not really called me that far. Called me that heavily. And obviously profiting from the fact that I usually play with a lot of other dice goblins, so they have me covered when it comes to dice. Hold on, there's something kind of... yeah, this is wrong. And then this line don't want to adhere to the reference 100% because then it also looks a bit too stiff. But to some degree it is kind of important to stick to it. There we go. There we... more like this. Yeah, and there we have it. An abacus. And then, yeah, something... So for now I'm just gonna put another sheet of... Oh, let's erase another sheet of paper here, but then I think, yeah, putting some kind of dice or similar on top of the papers would be a good idea. Maybe also some, because currently, what do we have? We have D6s, D4s, D20s. Having some D10s, D12s would also be interesting. So we have, I mean, realistically, the only time you really... I was about to say the only really time you really use a D12 is if you play Barbarian, but I think there's some spells that do D12 damage, right? Eldritch Blast? I think. Was that D12? Pretty sure. Something like this, and then make this a bit more gentle. And then we want to add some notches here to give it that more weathered papyrus-like, maybe not papyrus, but parchment-like quality. There we go. And then, where did I end up? There. This is table stuff volume. So I'm just gonna go ahead and grab the colors for this one. Hold on, actually. Oh, god damn it. Krita. Yeah, I don't know why, but sometimes Krita doesn't want to register my hand pressure anymore, so I'm just gonna have to restart it quickly. And while we're at it, might as well save this and then close it. There we go. I feel a vast love in my heart for the D12. Something about it really speaks to me. In the system my wife and I are designing currently... Oh, you're designing a system. We'll use it for melee and armor. Interesting. I mean, most systems I've played thus far are either D20, obviously, if they're D&D related, D100, or D6. But I mean, D12 is interesting. Kind of, I personally must say, I do actually really like the D20, just on the basis of shape and stuff like that, though at the same time, mechanics-wise, I am almost more of a fan of dice pool systems, which, you know, usually use D6s for simplicity's sake. Alright, so, and then for this, kind of have to decide what kind of colors I want to give the... the abacus, but for now I think I'm just gonna give it the same wood. Well, actually, hold on, that doesn't really make much sense, because then I can't really tell where I've... hold on, do I want to go lighter or darker? Let's go with darker for now. Very interesting to hear that you're working on a TTRPG system. I've also in the past tried my hand at that, but yeah, it's a lot of work, so those attempts didn't really go anywhere. But maybe one day, who knows? But I think for now, first step for me would be, what I want to do first before trying my hand at my own system is just making modules for existing systems, which is definitely something I want to do. And then, you know, maybe with some light homebrewing, and then maybe one day, make like a proper, unique system. One system that I haven't really looked at that much yet, but that I'm pretty interested in is, I've forgotten the name. The system, the newest system from the Critical Role folks. Was it Daggerheart? Or am I mixing that up? Mostly BD 100 placed, inspired by Call of Cthulhu. Ah, okay. But melee combat will be like its own. Ah, I see. So, its own minigame also separate from ranged and magical combat then? Are they going to be like, sequestered, or what's the idea there? Hold on. Okay, so now we have this thing, which means we can lock this down again. And then I'm gonna start shading this ever so lightly. I see, okay. I mean, makes sense since, you know, someone in melee range, you know, melee combat does kind of by necessity, you know, only occur when two characters are in melee range, in which case, then I am, then Color Me definitely interested in your progress. But yeah, what I wanted to say earlier, I'm interested in Critical Role of the latest system of the Critical Role theme of the Critical Role team. I think it was Daggerheart, or am I because their previous one was called something, I think, Candela Obscura, which I never really looked at, but that one seems pretty interesting from what I've heard thus far, because it uses like a what's it called, a card pool, card pool system, and different classes have access to different we have an unwanted intruder. Yeah, I haven't tried it myself either yet. But yeah, I've spoken to a friend of mine who, I don't know if he's played it yet, but he has at least looked into the rule set, which I find really interesting because of that card pool system, because the it's been a while, so I can't really recall perfectly what my last attempt at making my own system was, but it was also something card related. Basically, you had different cards which represented actions you could take, and then the card contains like stuff, basically how many action points it takes, and then there was also the idea that you could basically, the idea was that you could chain cards together, so certain cards can only be played after others. So the idea is that you actually have to, you know, think about a bit how you combo together moves, so that each card leads into the other, into the next, in a way that makes sense. But yeah, that was. I think I still have the prototypes for those cards lying around somewhere, but yeah, that was a long ago abandoned attempt, because, you know, the problem you run up with stuff like that is obviously you kind of have to then make, for every conceivable action you could take during combat, you have to make like a different card, which is a lot. So yeah. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I guess that was long before I even... Oh, hold on. That was long before I even started playing Cultist Simulator, but I suppose it is indeed kind of on brand. Hold on, there's something weird. Oh, never mind, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't even know, because back then I really wasn't. I mean, I'm still not that much of a cards guy outside of, you know, the limited purview of Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours and stuff like that. But especially back then, so I don't actually quite remember what my what the impetus was for me to go for a card system. I think I must have seen something similar in like yeah, I think I was probably inspired by Slay the Spire or something similar. I think yeah, Slay the Spire I think was my inspiration there. Hold on. Trying to get text on here that actually lines up, or not text, but you know, the sort of gesturing at text that actually lines up with the lines of the edge lines of the parchment. So that goes here, so basically... Yeah, something like this, very roughly. I mean, it doesn't need to be that exact. And now... for the... this thingy here. What do I do here? First things first, probably want a lighter tone. One day I'm actually gonna learn how to properly use all the stuff like multiply and multiply, add, and stuff like that. But for now, I'm just gonna freehand color pick. Closer to this. And then... yeah, I think this works as a color for the frame. Stuff up here is probably still a bit too light. Yeah, something more like this. There we go. Then this one could actually stand to be a bit darker. And especially the shadows here cast by the rest stuff. There we go. Then next would be the color of the bars. Let me go for a more neutral gray first, and then we can add our shading from there. And probably some actual proper white. Layer of this tone here. Mistake. Be a bit more careful here. One day I'll actually know what I'm doing when it comes to shading, but I fear that day is still far from now. So, and then like a very narrow white. Here. And then the inverse having like a very... yeah, something like that. like the vibe shading, I think is a good way to put it. First. But yeah, the current method I found works pretty well for me, just basically going in with a somewhat opaque brush and then just repeatedly color picking from that result. I've currently found that works quite well for me when it comes to blending. Like, for example, here I'm gonna go a little lighter here, and then I'm gonna color pick this again, and then I'm gonna go over with that again. That way you can kind of get a blend that is somewhat smooth, but not too smooth, so you can still see the individual brush strokes. Something akin to this here. And then going into, oh, that's not really what I wanted, no matter. Full white here. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I'm also far more comfortable working in black and white, but yeah, sometimes, especially, you know, for a thumbnail, you obviously want to go with color, and you obviously also want to go with something a bit more developed than a sketch. I don't know why, but I'm like drawn to making these sort of wavy lines, even though it doesn't really make that much sense. Yeah, something like that. Darker here. Yeah, there we go. And then finally the pearls. What would be an interesting way of doing those? I mean, usually you pearls are kind of colored based on their position, but we've already obviously gone with far fewer than would usually have. Honestly, might just kind of borrow the colors from those dice here. There we go. So we're gonna have, let's see. Basically a checkerboard, a very light checkerboard pattern of 2 reds, 1 blue down here, and then 2 blue, 1 red up here, I think. I mean, it obviously doesn't fully line up because we've gone for such a reduced and uneven number of beads, but It's good enough for our purposes. I mean, it's just a side prop. Oh, never mind. So. There we go, and now time to shade them. Probably want to go with the darker areas first. So like this. And then where they're just do it something like this. Yeah, so that's good. Then a lighter tone up here. Hold on. Yeah, no, just here. Maybe more in this direction as well. Yeah, that's good. And this tone here as well. Shadows. There we go. Yep, that looks good. And then onwards to the blue. So. Oh, completely forgot about this one. There we go. And then for that lighter color to come in here. Yeah, I think that looks good overall. So now that I look at it, I think... Well, actually, this does need some more work in terms of shadows, but I think we're gonna do that in the dedicated shadow layer, which would be this one and this one. So let me use that one first to make the shadows that the abacus throws on the table. And then the other one, the shadows the abacus throws on itself. No, that's too far. Up. It's more like here. Then... Actually... Yeah, it's more like here. This one's kind of hidden underneath that. Oh, it's too strong. Ah, come on. Don't tell me the pen pressure detection turned off again. I really need to... One of these days I'm gonna figure out what causes that, but for now the only cure to that is just restarting the application. There we go. And now... Yes, now the pen pressure works as it is supposed to again. I'm just gonna, in general, darken the area underneath here. Exchange for being a bit less precise with exact shadows. There we go, something like that. Yeah, I do really like this playlist of the, you know, more ambient tracks in Baldur's Gate 3, plus some of the instrumentals of some of the vocalized tracks. Yeah, the soundtrack is definitely a highlight of this game. Though, definitely, there are some aspects where Baldur's Gate is like the uncontested champion, I'd say, when it comes to CRPGs, like graphical fidelity, cutscene quality, the fact that everything is voiced. But in terms of music, there is some fierce competition with a lot of the other CRPGs, like, for example, Rogue Trader, which I've played recently. Also such a good soundtrack. Very different, of course, since it's a 40k game, but that soundtrack has such a good pirate vibe that I'm honestly kind of tempted to use it in future art streams where we just do general world building art. I mean, we had like this series. Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I've played Divinity 2. But yeah, like I do seem to remember there's definitely also some great tracks there. I mean, Larian obviously knows what they're doing. But yeah, I'm kind of tempted in the future, if we ever resume our series of just drawing like pirate characters for these art streams, then I'm kind of tempted to make a playlist with some pirate sounding soundtrack tracks for those streams, and Rogue Trader is a great source of those. For example, Footfallen, which is the area music for one of the earlier areas in the game, Oh, it's so good. That track, I think, was my, because I used it to fall asleep. That was my most listened to song on Spotify for 2025 by, I think, a margin of 100% or more. I think I listened to it like 752 times, which is more than twice as much as my second most listened to song. You know, just because I used it for for a length of time while falling asleep, so that's obviously gonna add up a few listens. Yeah, honestly, my initial plan was to add some more shadows on the abacus in this layer, but maybe that's not as necessary as I thought it was. Maybe like just a smidge here in the recesses. And like here, definitely here a little bit. There we go, and then darken this maybe just a little bit. Yeah. And then a little bit down here. Yeah, something like this. And then actually, table stuff volume. Might also do some light highlights here. Yeah, something like this. Okay. So now, nope. Where's, there we go. Apologies, I need to blow my nose. Moment, where are my... God damn it, where am I? There we go. Yeah, I haven't listened to that one that much yet, but I have listened to some tracks, and I mean it is pretty amazing. Yeah, but I also get that I do also have some game soundtracks that I can only listen to in like very specific moods, like Outer Wilds would be one, especially Echoes of the Eye, or that's one very funny one. But I think pretty universal one, listening to the Minecraft soundtrack, which I haven't really done deliberately in ages, but I keenly remember listening to some other music and then Spotify automatically played that one next, and it just hit me. That because, you know, yeah, it's a classic, but also, you know, a song, there's a lot of emotional, you know, the Minecraft, like especially the main one, this it's just called Sweden, I think, from like the main menu soundtrack. Just so many memories flooding in at that one. Also, one that always gets me very emotional is for Laputa Castle in the Sky. No, not a game, but a movie. That soundtrack also very often, very much gets me emotional. now, let's see. Right, to the, hold on, main thing I wanted to do today, which would be the figures. Oh, also, I think what I want to do for the, since we've now created our character, having the figure here doesn't really make that much sense anymore. Instead, what I think is a good idea is having the tadpole there in my fingers. BG3 tadpole. Let me look up a reference there. Ideally, since the opening cutscene already has a mind flayer holding a tadpole in a very similar way, I might just copy or use that as reference, because other than that, getting some clean references is a bit difficult. Hold on. Tools, reference, swim. Hold on. Okay, this is not the size I'd hoped for. Oh, right, let me... Weird, usually those show up on my... combined overlay piece on my OBS, but this time they didn't for some reason. So I only actually saw them once you pointed them out, Euler. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna... For reference on the tadpole, I'm just gonna go and search for the opening cinematic of Baldur's Gate 3, and then I'm just gonna screenshot the Baldur's Gate 3 opening cinematic. There we go. Full intro cinematic. I really should install an ad blocker on this account. I see. Well, who amongst us, right? Though I haven't played Balatro in a while, but that's some good fun. Actually, okay, there we go. That's a good... Hold on, I'm currently looking for like the most ideal shot in the cinematic to use as reference. Maybe something like this. Yeah, because... I'll have to see. Also, I think mimicking the way it's being held here probably makes sense with, like, pinching the tail and then letting it, But how would that translate to our scene? I'll have to see. But one thing, I haven't played Balatro in a while, but I have actually been thinking about it because, surprisingly enough, while playing Rogue Trader, because in my opinion, the feeling that combat system gives you is the closest I've played to, that gives you that feeling is playing Balatro and doing some game-breaking combo there, because Like, Rogue Trader's combat system, balanced it is not, I will admit that, but it is so fun because you can basically do to the action economy in that game what you can do to the score multiplier in Balatro. You can just completely... And the feeling it gives you of just unlocking the most broken combos of character archetypes you can think of. The closest to that feeling I've felt before playing Rogue Trader was actually Balatro. So it's actually been on my mind there. While playing Dave the Diver, I got jumpstart. I didn't know there was Balatro crossover games. There was crossover promotions with Balatro with other indie games, but that's cool. I mean, Dredge obviously seems like a no-brainer for Dave the Diver. Interesting. Hold on, where was I? I completely, I thought of big numbers, of number go up, dopamine, and my brain completely short-circuited. Yeah. It is very funny how much you can just completely embrace that. I'm a Rogue Trader, I get to do what I want energy in that game. It's also kind of interesting because usually, I mean, for obvious reasons, CRPGs like to start you off in a less privileged position, and then you slowly work your way up to becoming a respected hero. But in Rogue Trader, it's very interesting because past the prologue, I think it takes like 2 to 3 acts of the game until you even meet someone who is as high in status of importance as you. And the game does really make a good job of communicating how much power you truly have, which is very interesting, very novel approach for a CRPG, at least of the ones that I've played. I know that Owlcat also made a Pathfinder Kingmaker CRPG before that, and also Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. But obviously in Kingmaker it takes a while until you actually, become king, whereas in Rogue Trader, you're a Rogue Trader pretty much immediately past the prologue. Okay, so, I think I want to create like an additional sketch here for the figures. So of the ones we have here, only Astarion is actually currently in our party, so Dave the Diver is an unserious game, and suddenly a blood moon occurred and the merchant shows up telling me about Lovecraftian fish, and the normally pretty and lively ocean becomes a Resident Evil game. Not to mention the amount of inhuman hooded figures fly. Okay, interesting. I did not know that was a part of Dave the Diver. Right. New layer, and then I don't think I want to commit to line art just yet. I'm just gonna do another pass of sketches. Okay, hold on, actually. A good idea to put all of this together as basically the image itself. Also, fun fact, for those interested, the way I finally achieved finally achieved the logoless Baldur's Gate logo is kind of funny. As you can see here, a lot of different layers that went into it, and mainly here, it's actually... I managed to find a Baldur's Gate 3 logo that was without the text, but it was cropped to the circle. So what I ended up doing is I combined that logo with this one, which has the text, but, you know, also reaches beyond the circle, and then I just used transparency masks to strategically blend the two together, and then I cropped the text of the logo from the larger, from the alternative logo thingy, and then I also added a shadow for that one. So, yeah, a lot of surprising number of work steps that went into finally getting this logo the way we wanted. But, yeah. So for now, the thing that matters is this layer, that layer. Hold on, what was this layer again? Oh, that's my signature. Okay. So, with Astarion, hard thing to get right is gonna be that hair. I mean, maybe not that hard, mainly because I do kind of want the ears to still be somewhat visible, so it's kind of just a big... Oh, hold on, not the right color. Still not the right color. There we go. Yeah, I am kind of proud. Definitely a moment of who would have guessed that all those years spent learning graphical design paid off after all. But yeah, it's actually, I did deliberately do a more soft transition with the transparency masks, because the things had different colors. But yeah, the final result I am definitely happy with. The hooded figures don't eat sushi normally. They eat with their bare hands, ravenously, somewhat concerning. Yet apparently I can call the merchant girl and she'll tell the hooded figures to dine elsewhere somehow. Ominous, but interesting. Okay. So... I think we can just get away with doing something like this for Astarion's hair, and then he does have a pretty pronounced collar. Maybe I can actually... Hold on. Get that in here. And then here I want his ear to be like slightly still visible. And then here as well. Then he does have like a very interestingly constructed tunic, but I think most of that nuance we're going to deliberately omit in favor of this more simple bean design. I mean... that's gonna be... I mean, I guess you could argue this is already a pretty fat ass, so... I mean, only eating the Lovecraftian fish doesn't necessarily mean they're not human. They could only be, you know, maybe they're like Innsmouthy people. But yeah, anyways, so I'm definitely going forward with this I think it fits his character very well, having the having it so he has like the dagger behind his back. Also somewhat appropriate to our first meeting with him, of course. Since, although I think there he just pulls the dagger out very quickly. Huh? Trying to... Actually, hold on. It wouldn't be like this. It would be more like... I mean... They're not normal, but they're still, I mean, technically at least partially human, right? Or they could just be normal humans that aren't actually Innsmouthed, and they just have, like, a very peculiar palate, though that seems optimistic, shall we say. Then, what did the dagger standard one look like? Okay, very simple construction. Something like this, and then we could add in some more of the detailing on his clothes, but honestly, I think leaving it like this. No, actually, I was also considering, because that's also a game I considered putting that as one of the options, but I didn't want to put that many options for the first vote, so that's definitely one of the games I'm eyeing, I'm keeping warm, so to speak, for stream. So I might add that in the into the voting pool in the future. Because, yeah, it does definitely seem like the kind of game that would work well for our streams. Though, I felt like it's probably vibes... yeah, one of the reasons I kind of held off on putting it on as an option this time around is because it, at least from what I've seen, it seems pretty similar vibes in terms of vibes, you know, as a more cozy, comfortable game, but with these sort of Lovecraftian horror aspects, which I think makes it pretty similar to Book of Hours in terms of vibes. So I thought, okay, maybe once we've finished our playthrough of that, we might consider playing it. Well, you know, cozy adjacent, deceptively cozy. I don't know what you'd call this kind of game. But, you know, also, I do know that there's some actual, unlike Book of Hours, which, you know, only has what I would call, like, horror-adjacent elements, I do know that there's, you know, actual monster encounters in Dredge. I think this is good. I probably should have gone for line art right away, but eh. And then... who do we want to do next? I'm thinking probably... Shadowheart is going to be pretty difficult to do. I think next I'm going to go for Gale. Gale of Waterdeep. So, obviously, we're in a bit of a pickle here in terms of, you know, our player character and Gale's profile are gonna look pretty similar for the time being. My thinking was we differentiate them by having my character... Yeah, I know. But, you know, at the same time, there are definitely, from what I've seen, stretches of the game that are very much not horror and more relaxed. So, but yeah, as I was saying, the way to differentiate, I think I'm gonna give Gale his staff, but for my character, we're gonna have them with dagger in one hand and then a skull in the other to be very on the nose for the necromancy theming. And then probably keeping being a bit more specific in terms of clothing for Gale, and then keeping it as a very nondescript robe for my character, because we're probably gonna end up changing that one relatively soonish, whereas I think Gale is probably gonna keep his clothes a little longer, because they obviously... I think these wizard robes fit Gale as a character pretty well. Makes sense since Larian deliberately gave him those clothes, but I don't think they work as well for our character. most subtle necromancer. They're calling him the most subtle necromancer on the Sword Coast. So yeah, with Gale, I think... Hold on. Yeah, quarterstaff in one hand, and then either magic, like glowing hand from magic, or even maybe a book, but I think the former is easier to do, so we'll do that. Okay, so his hair is also somewhat simple to do from behind. It's like not to make the head too big, even though big head definitely appropriate for Gale of Waterdeep. Yeah, something... Actually, it's more like this. I say in a very, it may be shade, but shade thrown very affectionately. Gale is like walking proof that being the most good one. But Gale, I think, is the best example I can think of the fact that being a giant walking, talking nerd emoji, pointing finger nerd emoji archetype can be incredibly attractive if you're just oblivious of it enough, which Gale definitely is. It's like, listening to him talk is like, oh my god, he's so stupid and also hot. But yeah, I definitely like Gale. He's the most wizard who's ever wizarded. Yeah, quarterstaff in the right hand. I'm wondering, do we go for something more like this or something more like this? I think... Yeah, something like this. Well, I would say um, smug bastard is more Asterian, but like he's definitely smug, but more smug doofus, I think, is a more appropriate term for Gale. No, he's a cat. He's a cat. Like a like a very evil, mischievous little cat. Oh, come on, not again. I think maybe it's something to do with the connection between between my graphics tablet and my computer, but hold on. Yeah, Astarion is definitely a certified bastard, also affectionate. Yeah, I mean, obviously, what else do you think I'm gonna put as my what's it called? Wallpaper. That's the word. Actually, which is very cool that Weather Factory on their website, under the section on the house, they actually provide a perfectly wallpaper-sized image for both the mansus, like a bookshelf. Oh yeah, right. Of course you have. But yeah, I've also said this before, but like, they have a ton of popular motifs from their different games already sized for wallpapers and other stuff, free to download. I think they also have some phone wallpapers there, but I'm not sure. So yeah, we wanna then. How do I think this hand grasping more like up here, and then this one slightly less raised, so we get a bit more asymmetry. Like so. And then here we have like the magic effect. Yeah, something like that. Though, yeah, I think we're gonna get rid of the bend in the arm here. A more simple... Yeah, this works better, I think. Or maybe have like a slight overall bend without an identifiable joint, like this, yeah. And then for this arm, there we go. And then hold on, does that... Yeah, it's hard to see because that's where the AC signifier is, but I don't think these robes have a... Actually, I always forget. I always look up what these different clothing terms are called, but then I forget again. But yeah, what I'm talking about is usually coats and robes and stuff have a slit in the back here that goes up some length of the fabric to ease in movement, but obviously that's a more modern clothing feature, so it definitely makes sense for it to be missing here on these, I mean, clothing style in Baldur's Gate 3 and just D&D broadly is already pretty anachronistic, but I would definitely say that the average clothing style in D&D in like the standard D&D setting is more like Renaissance, very late medieval, honestly in parts already early modern period type of dress. Because you definitely get more Victorian-ish styles of clothing when you get to the nobles and stuff like that. But I think that's fine. Definitely also how I keep it with the fashion in my own fantasy setting with, like the main area, the Grand Reach, is more 1700s in terms of technology, but a lot of the clothing already goes into like early 20th century in parts. But only in parts. I do try to still pick up plenty of elements from the 1700s. Iron Watch. What was? Oh, right, the clockwork soldiers in Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, yeah, that's always. One thing, which is I think one of the things that I'm just realizing his scales. I mean, he's in general just a lot larger than Astarion right now. So let me actually. One of the things I know of one of the events from one of the later acts that I know about is that you, at some point, I guess, go to like what's essentially Rapture, which I find very interesting. Just straight up going to Andrew Ryan's water park. But I think I do always like it when magic is kind of used as an excuse to put in elements into a world that would be anachronistic, but with magic doing them is easier, and therefore, they exist much earlier in the timeline than they did in our world. I mean, the most obvious thing is stuff like telegrams and other communications networks. A lot easier with magic, especially if you consider how easy it is to send messages magically in D&D. Hold on, I have to quickly go to the toilet. I'll be right back. And I hope to actually remember to switch back the screen this time. 1 second. I return. Hold on, let me... Nope, that's the wrong one. There we go. Oop. Right, yeah, I mean the larger base for Gale makes sense given the fact that he also needs space for his staff here, but I do kind of want to expand the width of the base a bit here. Being anachronistic's quite fun sometimes. I definitely enjoy creating a world that still has some fancy knights in the wake of gunpowder and firearms. Yeah, that's true. One way I kind of, so, hold on. Am I gonna commit the usual, thingy of just, oh, hold on. I can't find it at the moment, but, well, no, hold on, actually, I'm sure I can make an actual attempt. Oh, it's a very pretty old picture of mine, but anyways, what I wanted to say is one way I've kind of made the continued existence. Obviously, 1700s at that point, melee was still pretty widespread. In terms of, you know, using it on boarding actions and stuff like that, cutlasses, pikes, halberds, stuff like that were still pretty widespread. But also the idea that since, you know, there's aetherite and other stuff that can kind of change gravity, the idea is that you can wear much heavier armor than you'd usually be able to, because you can just use aetherite crystals or even aetherite worked into some of the metal to decrease the weight of the armor that you're wearing, which means you can wear much thicker armor without being as impeded in your movement, because even though the armor is theoretically very heavy, you don't feel much of that weight because it's being counteracted by the aetherite. Also means that you can have much bigger weapons than would usually be sensible. So over-the-top anime weapons actually make a bit of sense in my setting. There are actually, hold on, sure if I, hold on, can I find that somewhere? I did make, some very old pictures of some weapons that have deliberately, they're like aetherite-powered melee weapons, the idea being that you can, that you have some kind of clutch or something in the grip of the weapon where you can freely adjust the weight of the weapon as you're using it. So you can raise the weapon while it's light, then press down on the lever, and then in the downswing you can increase the weight of the weapon. Or deliberately even, you know, reverse the gravitational pull of the weapon so your upswing has the, so your upswing is actually swinging as though you were swinging the weapon downwards. Stuff like that to basically increase the oomph you're packing with each swing as you change the gravitational pull of the weapon. Essentially, like, I think the example I had there was basically a big-ass hammer that worked that way, like a gravity hammer that can just bash in whatever direction you want. And also beyond that, just the idea that in a fantasy setting with magic, kind of the idea being that obviously spellcasters use magic in very deliberate, specific ways of using spells, but even someone fighting with, even like a martial fighter who uses regular weapons still channels a degree of magic in their fighting subconsciously. So the idea basically being that anything you do with a sufficient degree of skill and dedication, any craft you do with sufficient skill and dedication will be in some ways magically infused, which includes combat. So the long story short, the idea is basically that the skill ceiling of how good you can really get with a sword or just, fighting in general is a lot higher in this world than in ours, meaning that with a bit of sufficient training, you can actually learn how to dodge and even deflect bullets with your blade, which is technically possible in the real world, but, the kind of training required for that in our world is, no matter how much you train, you can never really pull that off, neither dodging nor deflecting very consistently. Whereas, in a world where your training and dedication actually starts to channel a little bit of magic, you can actually, there are actually quite a few people who can learn to deflect bullets with their blades and stuff like that, or just use very thick, heavy armor to tank it. And at the end of the day, it's everything is still black powder based, so weaponry is also guns are still pretty limited, though then again there are quite a few weapons that channel a bit of the artificer's spirit, so to speak, to deliver a lot more shots than usually would be the norm in our world. So, for example, there we go. This is actually a good image for. Yeah, I mean, that's also an option, but the idea basically being that dedication and hard work in and of itself is kind of, there we go, is kind of a way in which you channel magic. But yeah, this image, which I've already shared at length in the past, but here, obviously, you can see, like, the idea being the Marines of the Royal Navy of the Empire, they wear pretty thick armor, which, they're not armored everywhere, but where they are, they can pretty much shrug off small arms fire without that much issue. And then, on the flip side, they do, instead of what you'd usually see in our world, just a single shot musket, they do, as their standard armament sport, pepperbox carbines, so they actually have 6 shots before they need to reload. Which means that even though the weaponry, by and large, in this world is still black powder based, there are certainly weapons that can deliver a lot more DACA, so to speak, than was usually the norm in our world in terms of, yeah, it's still a muzzleloader, which means that, this thing can shoot 6 times as much, but it also takes 6 times as long to reload. The idea more being that, since Marines mostly are, shock troops for boarding actions, there are also a few break action weapons in the world already, but yeah, most as a general rule of thumb, if it's something like a pepper box or something with revolving barrels, it's usually a muzzle loader, because doing that breech loaded is a pain. So, the idea with these is you're not going to reload mid-battle. The idea is you board a ship, you fire off all 6 shots, and then you go into the melee with your sword, or even using the carbine itself as a club. But yeah, there's also, for example, the army, as opposed to the Marines, they use breech-loaded single-shot rifles, paper cartridges, so they can reload a little bit faster than the line infantry during, our history with the Napoleonic Wars, but they still, need about 20 seconds to reload. Yeah, I mean, there's also also often Marines like to then carry, in case instead of reloading, they also like to carry just an additional pepperbox carbine, but just a simple pistol. So if you run out of the shots with your carbine, you can switch to a pistol and still, at slightly closer range, deliver 6 additional shots. Or yeah, I mean, if you manage to establish a backline where you can safely reloading the 6 barrels, it takes a while, but it is doable. They're definitely trained to reload those pretty quickly, but quickly in that case still means it takes about 2 minutes. Yeah, I mean, that's I mean, I'm trying to remember. That was the. I think the main inspiration for the Reaper Overarch reload was actually, I think, probably the trailer for Assassin's Creed Black Flag, where the the main cinematic trailer for that game, where the character starts out like uh, equipping like putting on 8 different flintlock pistols, and then he jumps onto the enemy ship and just in quick succession draws 2 flintlock pistols, drops them, draws another 2, fires them, drops them, and then just in the span of a few short seconds, fires 8 flintlock pistols all around him, which that has to have been the main inspiration, especially for Reaper's ultimate ability, where he, basically does the exact same thing. But yeah, something like that, having a lot of different pistols on your person, especially popular for pirates, because, and then, in this setting, yeah, exactly. So oftentimes you'll see pirates having, a pepper box, or maybe 2 pepper boxes, and then a few single shots as well. So, like, a real mix of different barrel counts and calibers and all around, as a way to, deliver a lot of bullets when you can't really quickly reload an individual gun. Then there's also, in a less historical turn, there's also weapons that don't use gunpowder to shoot their projectiles. For example, there's flechette launchers, which in this setting basically use kinetically stored power in coils and other kind of spring mechanisms that are, very tightly wound up. And then the weapons basically release that wound up energy to launch flechettes at, pretty high speeds, but obviously not enough to match the penetration or man-stopping power of an actual bullet, but still enough to seriously injure or even kill someone, especially if you have a weapon that fires a lot of them very quickly, which you can do because it doesn't actually use any gunpowder or such. So, yeah, basically like a pistol that can very quickly shoot about 20 or so small darts. also very popular among assassins and similar because, you know, a flechette launcher obviously a lot more quiet than a flintlock pistol. Then there's also stuff like spell slinger weapons, which are very interesting because they don't fire any kind of projectile. Usually, they fire magic spells. So the idea is basically you it's a Magitech gun that just fires a kind of spell at your enemy. Usually usable even if, you know, you the person wielding it don't have any magical aptitude. Let's see. I think I have some interesting images of that somewhere here. Can I find them? Is the question. I think almost should be here. Yeah, there we go. Copy image. There we go. So this is an example of a spell slinger. They obviously have the advantage of having a lot higher fire rate and just ammunition count than a flintlock because you can fire spells, and obviously also the advantage with when you fire, you know, magical bolts of energy, or, you know, you have a lot of flexibility with what you can fire. Like an individual spell slinger usually is geared to fire a specific kind of magic spell, but some also allow you to quickly change which spell you're firing by swapping out a few parts, or some even allow you to freely choose among a selection of pre-prepared spells. And just in general, you know, you can fire ice projectiles, you can fire electricity, you can fire, you know, something like a magic missile, or fire, anything like that, you know, to whatever might be most suited for the task. The main downside with these is that they're very complex mechanically, so you usually you'll have to either know how to maintain them yourself, which is pretty complicated and requires you to have some kind of knowledge of artificing, or, you know, have free and reliable access to someone who can maintain and repair it for you. Also, the fact that, you know, you use essentially mana, a mana refined in a something like a mana potion, basically, as ammunition. So it's a liquid that you use as fuel to charge the weapon, which can be pretty hard to come by, and is also pretty volatile. I mean, black powder obviously is as well, but this especially, you don't really want to spill on yourself or spill in general. And then there's also the fact that the way these usually work is they have like an internal spinning mechanism that sets off the spell charge, and to start it off they usually need I don't actually know what the term is, but basically you need to do the same thing you do with a chainsaw. You need to rev up the internal mechanism first to get it started, and only then can you start to fire. So they usually have something like a chain, like a ripcord at the end of their grip, that you have to pull to actually get the weapon started, and which essentially means you can't really quick draw them, because the internal mechanism has to be set in motion first, and only then the weapon is actually active. Yeah, basically. And if you don't fire it for a while, the internal mechanism will stall out again, meaning you have to continually either use it or pull that cord again to keep it active. And also, even if it's already active and you fire, the advantage with obviously a flintlock, you pull the trigger and the hammer obviously has to come down and ignite the powder in the pan. the flint in the hammer strikes the frizzen and hits the pan with sparks, and then but all of that takes about like a tenth of a second, and then you're already firing. Whereas with a spell slinger, usually the spell has to properly charge up first, so there's at the very least half a second, sometimes even up to like 2 seconds of you holding down the trigger and the shot actually going out. So it is, even though it's in the form of a gun, mechanically it functions a lot closer to, how you would normally hurl a spell. You need to actually, make some gestures or stuff like that, and then you can hurl out the spell. Here, you don't need to do any of that, you just need to pull a trigger, but the gun still takes some time to perform that magic. There are some spell slingers that basically work, chain slingers that basically have like a mechanism that's designed to fire a lot of spells very quickly, almost like a machine gun, and very often those you do actually have to crank with your hand. But yeah, the more smaller ones are usually not crank-based, but ripcord-based, where the thing you're doing is still getting a sort of wheel in motion, but you can do it much quicker. Yeah, something like that, something similar to that. But yeah, that's those are basically like the three prevalent types of firearms in my setting, like the obviously regular flintlocks, then the flechette launchers, which are they are most popular among things like assassins and stuff, because for one, silent. For two, you can coat them in poisons, which is great if you're an assassin. But other than that, the problem with them is, if you're going up against anyone with armor, you have a problem, because that thing is not going, or even, especially thick clothing, you usually have to aim for, faces or uncovered skin, and even then the range isn't as great as you would get with a flintlock or, a spell. But anyways, speaking of spells, let's get back to Gale here. I think I'm gonna go for like a more flaming shape with the spell he has in his hands, but color-wise, I'm thinking more of a purple, since that seems to be his main color, and also I think in his origin cutscenes, yeah, those obviously also exist, but Eldritch snipers, but in terms of having long guns that are spell slinger long guns essentially, instead of pistol shaped ones, with respectable ranges. Usually, fourth weapon type that I haven't mentioned thus far, that's also pretty niche, pretty rare, but exists from time to time, is a gravity gun, which is essentially like a railgun, except instead of having magnetic coils that propel a magnetic projectile forwards, the way it works, you have really strong and finely tuned aetheryte crystals that create a very local, very strong gravitational force in the barrel. That basically just means that the projectile falls down the barrel at such high speeds, at such a gravitational because the gravity in the barrel is pointing towards the muzzle, and with such high gravity, like 100 times or, 10, 50, 100 times regular gravity, so that, dropping, essentially the bullet is just dropped in the barrel and then falls down the barrel, and that velocity, and gains so much velocity through the local gravity field that, much like a railgun, it comes out at extremely high, at an extremely high muzzle velocity, and then just kind of falls, essentially, the rest of the way. But yeah, those are, that's one type of weapon that's quite popular for things like snipers and stuff. Obviously, the classic flintlock, Giselle type rifled musket is also very popular for snipers. There are some more long-range spell slingers as well, but they usually have a tendency of being pretty precise close range, but then the further away you get, the more the spell becomes unstable and just kind of goes all over the place. So usually what you'll see is more spell slingers that are geared towards close range engagements. There are some weapons that work in the inverse, where instead of having aetherite that creates gravity that launches the projectile in the barrel, the projectile itself is aetherite and therefore creates its own gravitational direction, which also has the added benefit of it creeps falling down in the correct direction and keeps gaining velocity even after it leaves the barrel. But that kind of stuff is pretty rare, because you need for every single shot you expend a very finely tuned, very finely refined aetherite crystal, which is very expensive. So those weapons exist, but they're even more rare than gravity guns. And, then there's also just stuff like, regular catapults, ballistas, and stuff like that, though, obviously less common on the Grand Reach, where, the cannon is usually the siege weapon of choice. Though there are, especially in the more modern, there are like the first experiments of using, artillery-sized spell slingers as armaments on warships. So instead of using traditional broadside cannons, you have some kind of magical weapon that, acts as your main armament aboard a warship. Though that's, at the current point in the setting, something that's in very early development, not really widely adopted by any military, or any navy, rather. Hold on. Okay, next up, I'd say then would be Shadowheart. I definitely feel like hers is going to be the most difficult. And that's interesting. I haven't really thought about, but yeah, I guess like gravitational traps. Obviously, traps aren't really something that, in general, are going to be used that much in general battle but for like sieges, that's an interesting thing to think about. For, siege defenses, though, at the same time, for the most part, the age of putting a lot of, Scooby-Doo-ass traps inside of your fortresses was more the Middle Ages, whereas the more modern forts were, geared towards less, being trapped with all sorts of nasty surprises against people going inside, and more Yeah, I get the idea. Basically, yeah, you have like a hidden, or at least the way I understand it, like having a hidden gravitational field, and then whenever someone steps on there, they're launched off, you know, off of the thing. Or if you want to get extra nasty, you could even have like a gravitational field that's so strong that if anyone steps on there, they just get scrunched down, or forced to trip up. Or also very interesting, just having a trap that's basically a zero gravity field. So you step in an area where the thing is active, and then you just suddenly don't have any gravity, which doesn't harm you, but at the same time, good luck trying to move forwards in zero gravity when you're not expecting it, because you can't walk anymore the way you used to. But that's actually those. I don't think they're probably that common in regular warfare, but they'd be very interesting to put in stuff like dungeons and stuff. For TTRPG campaigns. Yeah, stuff like that is definitely. I mean, not that popular in terms of traps, because the thing is, since so much is on flying islands, a lot of there's people have come up with a lot of ways of avoiding falling down stuff or bridging certain gaps. So, for example, the Marines, they often wear. I've talked about this before. They often wear basically gear that allows them to change the direction gravity is pulling them, to basically gravity fall. I don't know what the term would be, but basically essentially fly, in terms of they can just fall upwards or fall sidewards. And a lot of stuff like that has become pretty prevalent on the Grand Reach, because, there is so much risk at all times of falling down somewhere, or it is so imperative. The Tomb of Annihilation. Oh yeah, you could definitely. But yeah, I need to think about that. Making like a dungeon that fully takes into account the funky stuff you can do with gravity altering aetherite. For example, that's actually also an art piece that I want to do at some point, because with those gravity harnesses, what they're called, basically Marines of the Royal Navy, they're also trained in fighting in different gravitational environments. So, for example, they train to fight people who are the opposite gravitational alignment of them. So basically, they something they like to do sometimes. When they storm a closed room, like a bunker or something like that, or just in general a room on a ship, is switching around their gravitational alignments, so they stand on the ceiling and then rush inside the building from the ceiling and fight people who are standing on the ground while they're standing on the ceiling, or even align themselves in a way that the entrance to whatever they're breaching is downward, so they literally fall through the breach. That's an art piece I wanted to at some point do, basically showing Marines or any kind of other trained fighting force fighting in these unusual gravitational environments. But yeah, for now I have other things on my plate. Speaking of, let's briefly return back to this. Yeah, essentially that. Like, that was my idea for the artwork as well. Like a shot similar to that Rainbow Six, that very iconic Rainbow Six artwork where they're breaching through the wall. But having that basically, but some of the people are walking on on the ceiling, or some of them are just, you know, falling through the wall because the wall is below them from their perspective. Like, hold on. I just gotta put this on. My idea was basically to have, like, you know, this area that they're breaching, and then have, like, some of the, Marines with, like, swords on the ceiling, and then as the centerpiece of, you know, fighting people who are on the ground, and then as the centerpiece having, like, one Marine which is, like, drop kicking someone, going feet first basically through the breach, and falling towards someone, kicking them in the face. But doing that kind of picture in a way that would make sense to the viewer without any further explanation would be the tricky part. Anyways, so, Shadowheart. Obviously, armament is pretty clear, sword and mace and shield. But how exactly is the question? I think her design is definitely gonna be the most tricky to miniaturize, because she has such a complex armor, and obviously her hair is also pretty complex, so we'll have to see how we fare there. Hold on. So her hair, the ponytail is pretty high, so it starts like here, and then I'm asking myself right now, do I want I think I'm going to try, in this case actually, try and go for a bit more of a, instead of showing her from straight from behind, going for a bit of a more angled approach. So that would be, oh god, yeah, her hair is tricky. Oh. Something like this. Oh god, the contacts on my graphics tablet are a bit finicky. It keeps, my graphics tablet keeps blacking out. And then her tied back hair does give you like a view of her ears, but I want to keep them notably smaller than with Astarion, since she's only a half-elf. Yeah, basically that's like the idea. Or, you know, if you have like a long hallway that's guarded by several people, you know, with melee weaponry, or especially, you know, if you have like a hallway and that hallway is held by people in a gun line, in a firing line, you can, the very good way to disrupt that is basically just dropping on top of them, because that way you can close the distance towards them a lot quicker than if you were charging them regularly. Yeah, exactly. You get me. And it also really complements the, you know, idea of, because the whole idea with the Marines of the Empire is that they're like shock troops through and through. Their whole thing is rapid assault, shock and awe tactics, you know, overwhelm the enemy as quickly as possible, as ruthlessly as possible, to end fights before they even have a chance of starting. Whereas the Imperial Army, for example, by contrast, favors a much more methodical, strategic approach. They usually, the way they fight is kind of a mix between Napoleonic era line battles, you know, these big formations moving around, and of, you know, men standing shoulder to shoulder, and more modern, and then more 20th century or late 1800s trench warfare. Because obviously, the thing is, the reason in our history, the reason line warfare was always so close, in such close formation, shoulder to shoulder, is to quickly guard against cavalry charges. Because being close together makes you much more difficult to be run down by cavalry. But it also makes you much more susceptible to, you know, artillery, cannons, and in a fantasy setting, it makes you extremely susceptible to any battlefield magic. So, the standard way of fighting here is usually not quite as close together, shoulder to shoulder, with a looser formation, but basically soldiers that are trained to very quickly tighten up or loosen up their formation. So, you know, if you're facing cavalry, you very quickly want to bunch up together. If you're facing artillery or battlefield magic, you want to very quickly disperse, because, you know, if you're all shoulder to shoulder and the enemy starts chucking fireballs at you, that's going to end very badly. And then, you know, trench warfare being a lot more prevalent despite the technology being still more Napoleonic, because for one, again, you know, battlefield magic is makes it much more advisable to take cover, and also the fact that, you know, there's magic with the ability to terraform means that if you have the right kinds of mages on your side, you can dig trenches almost instantaneously. That's an interesting... Actually, that's a really interesting idea, like torpedo-like weapons that use that use aetherite. Well, I guess the main reason you probably wouldn't use that as frequently would be because, you know, the cost. Because of the cost. But then again, you know, a big military of an imperial power would be somewhat willing to tank that cost. Honestly, very interesting idea, maybe less so for land battles, but actually ship battles. So having, you know, airships, and then an airship can launch a gravitational torpedo loaded with explosives. I'm gonna write that down. Aetherite torpedos. It's an interesting idea. Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Which means, I mean, the main advantage, obviously, of a torpedo is that you can load it up with a lot of explosives, whereas, you know, a cannonball is just a big chunk of iron. Yeah, and I mean, the range, it does have a longer. I mean, yeah, actually, something like a torpedo would be pretty powerful against. What I can imagine is using it, deploying it via ship, but not against other ships because those could just dodge out of the way. But against, you know, fortresses, like naval forts that you're assaulting with a ship, so because they obviously can't dodge out of the way, so you can load up a bunch of torpedoes with explosives, aim them at the fortress, fire them, and then they move. They move there. Either they have, you know, a timed fuse or something like contact fuse. When they make contact with the wall, they detonate and deliver some hefty damage there. That's an interesting idea. Um, Ethernet torpedoes against immobile targets like fortresses. And you could also obviously go for the actually a fun okay, well, fun is a relative term, but a fun bit of real life military history in World War One. They were experimenting with guided bombs using pigeons. So there was a pigeon inside of the bomb trained to peck at the enemy warship, and the bomb would basically the head of the pigeon was connected to the to the guiding fins of the bomb. So when the pigeon pecked in one direction, the bomb also moved in that direction. So yeah, pigeon guided bombs. And I guess in a setting with, you know, magic and stuff, you could basically have a guided torpedo that's not guided by a regular pigeon, but by a magical familiar. So you have like a mage's familiar, which obviously can be resummoned inside of the torpedo. And since usually, you know, mages can be in control their familiar remotely, you have the mage basically controlling the torpedo remotely. Yeah, obviously, there's always the option of shooting down a torpedo with a cannon shot, or having, which is generally pretty popular level of first layer of defense, having basically chains at the ends of Etherite crystals, so you have long curtains of chains basically dangling upwards or downwards, to, you know, prevent some kinds of similar attack. But obviously, you know, an immobile target is always going to be more vulnerable towards a slow-moving projectile, because a ship can always just move out of the way, whereas something like a fortress will have to find some other way to defend itself against something like a torpedo. Trophy Anti-Grandis. I don't think I'm familiar with that. But yeah, familiar guided torpedoes. That's that's a fun idea. That probably technology-wise, if I'm gonna incorporate it, probably more in the like, it's currently in the prototype stage. But I am kind of tempted. And kind of toying with the idea to have, you know, the setting in during different time eras. So if I actually ever commit to having to doing more stuff in the in, you know, the same setting, but 100 years later, for example, having something like a familiar guided torpedoes would be very fun. Okay, so how does her mace look? Okay, so it's more of a long stick, and then at the end of it is... Does it have anything? No, it just ends with a... Something like this. Might actually... I'm still not entirely decided on the position. Might actually have her... holding the mace like this in a more resting position. That... I mean... Because it would make usually something like as heavy as a mace, you usually don't hold above your head that long. Then again, this is more of an action pose anyways, so... Then the question, obviously, do I want to... include... How much of her armor detail do I want to include? Because it is a quite complex design. One thing I definitely do, I think, want to include is her chainmail skirt. And then I think I'm just gonna hint towards the rest of the armor like so. Yeah, something like that. I mean, don't really have much space. We don't really have the space for much more detail than that anyways. Trophy Active Protection System, APS developed by Rafael Advanced Defense Systems. Combat-proven hard kill system that creates a protective bubble around armored vehicles, detecting, destroying incoming threats like RPGs, ATGMs, and drones using rapid response radar and mini projectiles. Ah, okay, so it's like an active defense, basically... Yeah, so you basically use the thing, like guided countermeasures, basically, like the thing in Rainbow Six, Jaeger uses. You can stop worrying about grenades now, those mini turrets that shoot down incoming projectiles. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, definitely too advanced for that, definitely more advanced than what exists in that setting. In Shard Reach, though, one thing that does actually exist, you know, because it's pretty common type of spell for magic users, you know, like force fields, having an actual protective bubble around you, which, you know, obviously available for magic users, like casting something like shield or magic armor, but, you know, certain types of armor or equipment can also invoke that effect for non-magical users. Yeah, I mean, there is definitely, it's kind of funny because, electricity in terms of fine, you know, regular electronics aren't really a thing yet in the setting, as in, you know, having like an electronic telegraph or electronic lights, or any kind of electronic signals or stuff like that. But what they do have is, you know, lightning weaponry, which just uses things like magical storm crystals or stuff like that to generate a lot of electric charge localized very quickly, which obviously isn't really useful if you want something, you know, fine-tuned electrical, like an electrical circuit, but it is pretty useful if you want to zap someone. So yeah, yes, there is portal magic. It is very limited because there's portal magic and portal magic technology, but maintaining it, especially over long distances, is exceedingly difficult. But it is from time to time how the super wealthy travel. So, you know, instead of going by airship or train, they just, you know, have like a dedicated mage for them that can cast, that can create a portal. And there's also, in certain places, there's more localized portal networks that are maintained through technology. For example, in the capital of the Empire, Splinterheart, the city of chains, there is, in the upper layers of the city, there's a portal network for the City Watch to use, so that, you know, whenever there's some kind of emergency, or something like a fire, they can open a portal nearby to nearby watch stations that yeah, actually, that's an interesting idea, having like defensive portals. But yeah, portal technology is very limited because, you know, at scale, you know, any kind of technology or any kind of magic, I should say, not technology, any kind of magic that can instantly transport a person or instantly transport messages has like the potential to majorly break a setting. Because if people can just send messages instantaneously everywhere without difficulty, or even themselves travel anywhere without difficulty, the world becomes very different very quickly. That has but yeah, there is definitely some kinds of portal magic and communications magic. Just it is limited, so at the end of the day, most of the time people still get around, you know, the old-fashioned way, either by airship, by horse, by train, or what have you. Right, and then I also, of course, as the final piece, wanted to... ah! The Yarhar yoinky sploinky. I wonder if you'd call it, if the more common phrase in the Ground Reach would be more like ground lubber, since it's obviously sea there refers to more like the sea of clouds, so it'd still be stuff like sea dog and seafarer, sailor, but land obviously is a bit more nebulous, and especially considering that you can still sail above the land. Just, you know, it's well, I guess I would think probably you'd probably use both. I'd say probably both land lubber and but also then ground lubber, because you know, it's referring to people who Yeah. But then again, because you know the thing is that an airship can also obviously go above, above the land, and then it would be more, you're not. The distinction would be more that you're on solid ground, or well, okay, even then it's like solid ground in big air quotes because it's a flying island, but kind of but it would be kind of an interesting way to differentiate some linguistics there. But yes, still keeping land definitely makes sense. That is correct. Hold on, I'm just do I want to include the... Yeah, sure, why not? Usually, I mean, it's usually both just get called pirates because, I mean, in our world, in our world, we even use just the bland word pirates for both physical and digital pirates, which are two wildly different things, but we still just call them pirates, and piracy. So I think there isn't really a distinction made between ground and pirates. Yeah, but it's usually the case that either a region only has one type of sea, so in the Grand Reach usually you're only gonna have cloud seas and less so water seas. In other regions like the the Daybreak Isles, Evening Isles from Cultist Simulator, Daybreak Isles, because they're not in the west, they're in the east. They're more, it's usually, when you're talking about a sailor, you're talking about a sailor in water. There's also regions where there's kind of a bit of both, but then in that regions, it's usually, when you're talking about a sailor, you usually mean someone who sails both, because a lot of airships are actually designed in a way that still allows them to sail on water as well, should the need arise. You just, need to perform some minor modifications onto the hull before you can set them down on water, but yeah, so there are probably some regions where that distinction is made between, sky sailors and sea sailors would be the wrong word, because, the sky sailors would say, they also sail a sea, just, the sea of clouds, but water sailors, whereas, in a lot of regions, it's either just assumed that when you talk about the sea, you either mean the liquid or the cloud thing, or it's kind of assumed that you mean kind of a bit of both, because there's in the regions where the water sea meets the cloud sea, there's usually these it's usually like a patchy transition between one and the other, so you'll have so instead of having, just one like edge of the world where all the water falls down in a big waterfall, you have more like a very jagged edge of the water ocean, where you have these individual patches of these holes in the ocean, basically, where the water all falls down in a big, basically, hold on. If we were to say that this is like the water sea, and then this is the cloud sea, then usually the edges between the two are very jagged like this. You have individual little pockets of water ocean even here, and individual like pockets of bottomless pits in the water ocean. And you know, for people who live in these sort of transitional regions, usually for them, when they think of a sailor, they think of someone who sails on both, because you kind of have to sail on both because of how patchy that transition is. But anyways, hold on, I'm just gonna get rid of this like so. Right. I wanted to... I think for our... Hold on. How does our character look again? Right. Trying to... Yeah, basically the hair flowing like this. And then... Yeah, I also... It's kind of... I've wanted to draw like a proper map of the entire known world of my setting for a while, but the problem I'm kind of facing there is that since like the main area of the setting is just a bunch of disparate sky islands, that's very hard to convey in form of a map, because a lot of the islands are just, you know, too small to actually, you know, make it if you were to put it in scale on the map, or, you know, sometimes they're just gonna overlap, or most of the stuff is just going to be empty space and stuff like that. So I still haven't really found a way to properly convey that. I only thus far have made like an actual map of the old world, so to speak, the continent of Direfell, which is to the east of the Grand Reach, and basically a bit like more clearly European, you know, continental Europe inspired, and in terms of time period, a lot more traditionally medieval in its way. So basically the idea being that a lot of the technological progress on the Grand Reach hasn't really reached the old world yet, the continent of Direfell, and as a result, many regions of the continent are still, you know, standard medieval sword and sorcery fantasy. And also, the Gothlands, I mean, you mean the... I mean, where were the Goths from again in our world? Was it... I mean, obviously a Germanic tribe, but... where were they from exactly again? I forget. You know, I have to think about, like... The meme, having a goth girlfriend in the 21st century AD. Having a goth girlfriend in the 2nd century AD. Hold on, how do I want the... Definitely want to probably make the ears here a bit smaller, like with Shadowheart. And then the dagger. Probably... Well, maybe even... That would probably be difficult at this scale. But I'm thinking maybe we actually switch it around and put the dagger in this hand. And then put the skull in this one. That would be... something like this. I think that probably still needs a bit of tinkering to get right, but I think it's good for a first sketch. Hold on. Gale is probably looking a bit small now again compared to all the others, so we probably went a bit far with the downsizing. Probably something more like this. Yeah, that would also be an option. That would also be an option. At like the base, the model base. Then you could have like, because then you could have like magic in the hand, but then that would look a bit too similar to what Gale is currently doing. But then again, you could color... Nah. I think I'm gonna keep it with the skull in the hand for now. And then, actually... Because, you know, the dagger isn't really the weapon we actually use. It probably makes more sense for... Oh, okay, what am I doing now? Probably makes more sense for us to actually have that hand with the dagger in a more neutral position like this. This is probably too low. Hold on. Yeah, something like this, maybe? Oh, well. We'll have to see. Maybe, more like having the skull raised. That's probably too high. Something like so, maybe? Maybe, but nah, something about that. I'm going like... like this, maybe? Nah. It's not really. I mean, just in general, kind of hard to get some good detail going there. Consider that this is like the ultimate scale. Yeah, we'll have to kind of see. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, I think something like this would maybe make sense, and then... Yeah, I think now we're getting somewhere. So we're kind of invoking something at least somewhat similar to the famous, to be or not to be pose from... What was it? Was it Hamlet? Yeah, it was Hamlet. Oh wait, was it? No. It was... No, it had to have been Hamlet, right? because I feel like if it was from Macbeth, I would have remembered that. Yeah, Hamlet. Because it's him like asking himself if he's going to commit to you know, that path that he's on to avenge his father, which he really doesn't want to do, but because he kind of knows that it's going to end up getting him killed. But you know. Yeah, I think. Hold on, if I'm just gonna. If we move this then around a bit. I mean, I'm wondering if I don't want to maybe angle, especially Astarion and Shadowheart a bit more. But then again, it's probably easier doing it like this, so that then swapping them out won't be as much of a pain. And then, yeah, I think I'm liking this kind of size, maybe. I mean, as game pieces, they'd be a bit smaller, but I think a bit bigger probably makes sense, just, you know, to make them stand out more on the... in, like, well, a thumbnail or something like that. And then probably also a bit further up, because, you know, with the thumbnail, the bottom side of the image is going to be cut off for things like scroll bars and stuff like that. Saw a great play of Hamlet in Kiel for one of my past birthdays quite a while ago. We stole a handful of sand from the stage, okay, as a memory. So, that's cool. Don't think I've ever actually seen a performance of a Shakespeare play. Then again, I haven't really seen that many plays in general. Maybe something I should look into changing, because I mean, it is definitely an interesting art form. Well, as a kid, I wasn't really that into theater, because both of my parents were dancers and choreographers. Now they've kind of pivoted careers, because you can only do dancing for so long. So I was made to watch a lot of stage performances, and as a result, I didn't really like doing it. So that has kind of carried over a bit into my adult life. Yes, I am. It's kind of the funny thing. I am like the biggest theater kid that never was. If both of my parents weren't, I mean, okay, they weren't, you know, theater actors, but they were dancers. But you know, it's still theater adjacent. And if, as a result, I wasn't kind of negatively polarized towards that, because, you know, that meant I had to watch a lot of dance and theater performances as a kid that I didn't really find that interesting. If that weren't a factor, I would have absolutely been a theater kid. And, you know, you could say that in a certain sense, it is genetic for me. I am genetically a theater kid. Which I guess isn't that surprising, all things considered. But no, never was in like a theater club or anything similar during school. I haven't been in many plays as I ought to, considering my outfit designs. Costumes for oh, that's cool. Costumes for the opera, and my cousin sings for it. Damn. Okay. Yeah. Well. I guess we're kind of kindred in that way. Uh, but that's interesting, designing costumes for opera, because that's definitely one thing I always find really fascinating about theater and opera and musicals and stuff like that. The costume and what's the English word? Bühnenbild, props, stage props, and stuff like that. How you can kind of, evoke something there by abstracting it and stuff like that. There's really, I mean, I think like costume for theater is usually so much more creative than movies, because, I guess, because of forced creativity, because you can't really go for oftentimes you can't really go for as literal a costume or as literal a stage prop as you can in film, because either, technical limitations, or the fact that, people aren't going to see it close up, they're going to see it from pretty far away. So as a result of that, I feel like oftentimes for theater, opera, and musicals, costumes and stage construction tend to be a lot more interesting, a lot more unusual. Mm-hmm. Alright, so yeah, I think I'm probably gonna do the figures in a more detailed sense on my own time. And instead, I think I'm rather going to actually live up to the title of the stream and continue working a bit on emotes. Where are they? There they are. So specifically, I think I'm just gonna look look towards finishing this emote today. I mean, well, I'm wondering if I want to further clean up the line work on the gun, but I don't think it's actually that necessary. Hold on. Okay, that's... Huh? Right, that's gun line 1. I'm just gonna... add some more authoritative lines in here with the actual line brush instead of the sketch brush. The latching mechanism on a flintlock is usually a bit peculiar. And then, what the hell did I do here? So like this, and then you have like the flint sticking out here a bit. It's not exact, but then again, most people aren't going to be that familiar with the exact... as a general rule of thumb, the majority of people aren't going to be as familiar with the construction of a flintlock. And then again, no one's gonna see this anyways, I just remember, because of how tiny it is. So let's actually go for a bit more of an exaggerated look here. So some of these elements are actually have a chance of being seen, or at least intuited. Draw the uprise from that uncle once and showed all the costumes he's worked on, stored in this massive hall with all clothes ever made there. Yeah, the costume department is usually like crazy to look at. I was deeply impressed by the level of detail put into them, considering you see them only from across the room. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes for like stage performances, they seriously go all out. I mean, especially if it's like for opera, which, you know, tends to be pretty high budget. Because obviously you are at still, even though most people are gonna see it from pretty far away, you are playing to a like very wide range of different seats, meaning that, you know, some people are only going to see it from very far away, but some people from not that far away. If you have like the... I have no idea what they're called in English, but the pocket seats right in the front, which, you know, usually tend to be the cheap seats, but still, for like, well, I guess, hold on. Moving these together probably makes sense. Hold on. Copy line. And yeah. Go. Probably want to, hold on, let's up the line thickness here to 10, because that more accurately reflects reflects the level of detail we ought to be working with here. Yeah, I mean, something like that, I think. It's like kind of a bit of a curse, once you've actually, since I definitely like to go into like very much into detail and learn how these things that I commonly draw, like flintlock pistols, sailing ships, and so how they're actually constructed properly, what the different components are and what they do, you do kind of start to notice that sometimes in like popular media, people didn't really do that kind of research when they're drawing a flintlock or something like that. And so you'll oftentimes just, you know, see like depictions of people using flintlocks and they're missing like And they're actually missing the flint in the hammer or stuff like that, and you're just like, okay, I see. Or very often, especially with flintlocks, because that actual flint lock mechanism is so complicated, you only have like a very rough approximation of what it looks like. Because it's clear the artist just didn't want to deal with any of that, and like, okay, that's close enough, you know that it's supposed to be a flintlock, let's just stop there. But anyways. And then here of the body, there are certain parts that I want to have pretty solidly in black. Other parts, I think leaving them in this more grayish thingy is permissible. And then obviously we want to underlay that whole thing with a white outline. Yeah. Oh yeah. For like, especially like comic stuff in the 90s, even the, modern guns were she pepper on my box until I chain fire, and I should stop. I should stop speaking there until I chain fire all 6 chambers and everything goes everywhere. Also, but just, yeah, I think it's so funny with, like, guns, you can, it's so funny because even with, like, really talented artists, you can instantly tell if the artist themselves is a gun nut or no. You can always instantly tell, even, like, because sometimes it's like the art is really good, but, like, you can tell they were working off a reference with the gun or just had like a rough idea, and sometimes it's like, oh yeah, they put as much effort into this as they did the actual figure holding the gun. Yeah, exactly. Especially, I mean, I would consider myself like an exotic gun nut, or I guess more specifically a vintage gun nut. I mean, I know like the basic weapons, more basic modern weapons, the more iconic ones, but my knowledge, my knowledge encompasses also modern guns, but my interest pretty much terminates at any gun made after like 1930. There's like a few turn of the century guns I still find interesting, but past that I'm like, not really my interest. I'm like very much the kind of person who's interested in like the I mean, there are some like percussion cap and like early cartridge weaponry that I find interesting, like Wild West sort of Wild West associated weapons, like lever action rifles and stuff like that. I'm still very much all about, but yeah, my favorite is always the like strange and odd multi-barrel designs of like the 1700s, 16 to 1800s, where people still didn't really have like an established idea of what a gun was, and were just having a lot of fun with it. Yeah, it's like the beautifully rendered absolute mess it's a classic. Or it's like you can tell they were working off like the reference of a specific gun model, but then there's some like deviations where they just weren't paying as much attention. Or yeah, or it's like even more pronounced, I think, with like fantasy weapons, because there you can really tell if there isn't an actual reference they worked off of. You can really tell if they thought about, if they're the kind of person to think about, and if they thought about how that weapon would actually work, both with swords and with, both with, melee weapons and with guns. Like sometimes you can really tell, okay, they thought about how this thing would not work ergonomically in the hand, how you would work the action, how it would work internally mechanically. You can tell which weapon types and stuff like that it's inspired by. And other times it's just, I have a vague idea of what this kind of weapon looks like, and I'm just gonna, add a bunch of fantasy bits to it, with like no real thought given to where the barrel should be and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, like orc firearms, basically. Fantasy guns in general are just such a mixed bag, because, like, sometimes you'll have a great design, but so often it's just, what the hell am I looking at here? Hold on. Right, I guess I could... Honestly, nothing well, hold on, actually, never mind. It's probably a better idea to put this on its... No, not... I want to move this here, and this is gonna be... backdrop, basically. And then I'm gonna need this to actually know what I've already... Although even better would probably be... Should probably add that here. Like a paint layer that's a very aggressive color, so usually what I go for is something like this, so I can really tell really well where I've already gone over with. Oh, and speaking of, that also lets me know where I've messed up with this thing. Because that way you can very quickly identify any gaps or other errors you've made. That might otherwise slip in between the cracks. Yeah, this basically is fine. Then let's get back to this. This brush. I mean, there's a reason a magenta or purple like this, speaking of orcs actually, but yeah, there's a reason this kind of color is often used for missing textures and stuff like that in video games, is because it's very, very noticeable. So that way, if you're working on the game and there's a missing texture, and that texture is like in that classic purple-black checker pattern, that kind of stuff is very easily noticeable, whereas if the missing texture was just white or stuff like that, you may have a missing texture that you don't even notice during playtesting or stuff like that, because it's just not as distinctive. And we can use basically that same trick here, because for most artworks, magenta is going to pop out pretty noticeably. Let me switch to something like this. Magnifique. Yeah, I think so. Though it's been a while since I've drawn some of those, so I may look up some like comics facts. Like any good reference here that I might use. Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, I mean, some of these might work. Copy image. Specifically, hold on. Specifically a smoke effect like this one, I think could work pretty well. But I think first I'm gonna finish work on the gun itself. For that, I'm gonna... It's actually one of the things, since it was brought up, I think somewhere near the beginning of the stream, the idea of one day doing like a proper 3D or Live 2D model. If I ever do that, I definitely want to make it so that the eyes in, you know, the chest area are actually also part of the eye tracking, so they also follow wherever my actual eyes are looking, which I think is like that definitely, like my design is definitely makes a lot of stuff pretty difficult, but it does give you a lot of options with playing around with interesting quirks of the facial tracking. It's about time for me to head out. There's an unmade pizza waiting to... there we go, waiting to exist. Well, I wouldn't want to hold up the destined making of any pizza. That would be a grave offense in my book. Can you tell me more about the whole picture of your world building? One day it's beautifully captivating, thank you. And I could share more ideas on designing my TTRPG system. I'm definitely interested. If you ever do like if you ever get to the phase where you're, creating assets for it or something, definitely share your progress there in the Discord server. Good luck on the emotes and an easy rest of the evening. And to you too, thank you. Have a good one and bon appetit. Hold on. Right. Yeah, that's the body. Then, right, the shading of the gun. As I said, I think I'm gonna try and go for a more brass-like finish on the barrel. Hold on. Yeah, something like this. On the barrel, and then maybe we make, give a more steel-like finish to the actual flintlock mechanism. Well, more like this. And maybe this band here. And then obviously a more wooden finish for the body of the gun. That would be something somewhere here. Like this. And then here we kind of have to be a bit careful because my idea is more of a brass finish. But then again, maybe going for more of a steel type vibe makes more sense. I don't know. But I feel like maybe we go steel for the barrel, but then like the trigger guard and the oh God, I forget the name. The plunger rod or whatever, the ramming rod. That's the word. The tip of that being brass. Yeah, no, actually, you're right. This is, this looks more like an actual proper flintlock. Let's get rid of, okay, I'm noticing a problem here, and let's not actually get rid of that just now. Then hold on, let me see that. Ah, yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, basically, but now that I'm, like, comparing it, I think going for a more steel finish on the barrel, I think makes more sense. Especially since... well, I was about to say that brass is usually used for more, you know, smaller guns, but that's not really true because I've already also seen, you know, like mortars with brass barrels. I mean, actually, good question. Are they? If I remember correctly, it's not really that the barrel is made from brass. It's just, you know, it has a brass coating. To, you know, both for decorative effect and also I think because it prevents corrosion. Hmm. It's for the sake of simplicity, just make the flint like a really, really aggressive red. Kind of like that. And then obviously also metallic shine to the brass parts. Yeah, something like this, I think. And now time for the smoke. So, go for something pretty subdued like this. Hold on. Yeah, something like this. Oh. Uh-huh, yeah. I'm not really... I feel like the swoop of the smoke is still somewhat lacking. Because, yeah, it starts too big and then... Does that really... Yeah, it does kind of. I think, yeah, hold on. If we just remove this upper part, then instead go for something... This, maybe? Yeah, this is better, this is better. The... Hold on. Like, this part needs to both be a bit thinner and also reach down further. Oh. Like, properly into, like, this part of the barrel. Like, yeah, all the way down there. Yeah, something like this. Oh, hold on. Just realized. You also need a backdrop, white backdrop for the head tendrils. There we go. I think we need to sacrifice a few things in the name of clarity. A bit more. Something like this. And then, oh, I just realized this part also needs drop because the knuckles here. There we go. Mm-hmm. Actually, thinking we could actually stand to make this a little bit lighter again. To sell the barrel effect a bit better. Yeah, I think this is better. And then get rid of this. And then 5/6 times 5/6. Perfect. Oh, and then so I want to get rid of this. Export. Gun 1.png. I think PNG. There we go. And then would be somewhere here. There we go, yes. And then if we go to emotes, there we go. Yeah, this one, well, clarity could definitely be better with this one, but kind of the limitation of the subject matter. Now that I'm kind of faced with it, I'm wondering... Maybe that's something we can kind of focus test in the Discord, because definitely if it's further, if it's not quite as zoomed out, I definitely think the smoke helps adding, communicating that it's a gun, but if it's zoomed out all the way, I do think it's kind of... It does slightly hinder the shape of the emote. I'll have to... But, yeah, I think for now we're gonna try, just, we're gonna keep it with the smoke. It's obviously gonna take a little bit of time now until it'll be available to use, but oh, hello, hello Max, hold on, when did I just randomly stop taking... Oh, I guess I think the chat thingy on my end must have stopped updating, or I just neglected to take a... Oh. That's my... That was my alarm. And actually, probably also a good cue to... Yeah, but in this case, I think it was really just me absent-mindedly stopping. No longer looking at chat. Well, to be fair, I was also in the process of uploading this stuff, but then again... I wonder... Is there something I want to... Because honestly, I think this would probably be a good place to stop for today. I still need to figure out what I want to do with this one. Because this one, I think, ultimately is probably going to end up as more of a sub-emote, and then we're going to instead go for something like this, greeting, but I still haven't really decided. How exactly I want to do that one. Oh, anyways, yeah, I think... Ooh. At this point, I'm probably... Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna... For the other emotes, I'm probably gonna have to... do some more thinking, which... So, yeah. Oh yeah, also, Max, in case you're just, ahead of you there, Moon. I did just stretch, but I haven't actually drank anything yet. In case you're just, stopping by now, we continued our work on this, thumbnail, actually adding in some, you know, basically the idea of having the characters in the form of minis here, facing the DM screen. Since this is our currently active party, Shadowheart, Gale, our own PC, which is Mortimer Gloomwood, and then Astarion. And then maybe in the future we're gonna switch out the minis depending on who we actually have in our party at the time. We were actually kind of toying with the idea of having some kind of puppeteering vibe going on, but I think so our idea was more having, you know, one of the hands like stretched out from beyond the DM screen, like puppeteering them, but I think that would ultimately be pretty complicated with the thingy, but I'm guessing your point for the nooses would probably be to represent the this little guy, you know, the sort of Damocles sword hanging above all the characters. I did want to replace this figure here with, you know, having a tadpole, holding a tadpole and looking at it. Yeah, that too. Though, you know, having like a string, like a noose would probably be too grim, but actually having something like a string coming from the head, more of like an ethereal string coming from the head going... Actually, hold on. If we had the tadpole here, and then having like, hold on. Like, basically going from like each of the heads like an ethereal... Obviously, this is very crudely done, but like an ethereal glowing string from each of the characters' heads going towards the tadpole is an interesting idea, though then again, probably not really that suited for a thumbnail because that detail would just get lost there. But I might have it like as an... that might be the kind of detail I could omit for the sake of clarity on the thumbnail itself, but actually add there if I ever use for the times I use the artwork outside of a thumbnail, if that makes any sense. They lift the hands on the sides. Oh, you mean like here basically as other players? Yeah, I'm thinking since in D&D psionic stuff is usually represented with like hold on, this was a separate layer, yes. Since psionic stuff is usually represented with like glowing white and oftentimes like light bluish stuff, I was thinking, you know, a white string with like a bluish glow around it. Like, to be very, very rough, something like this. But yeah, purplish could also work. Well, I have to think about it, but it's an interesting idea. Ah yeah, that could also... I mean, if we're going off of like a D&D table, it obviously would make sense. Well, if we're going off what makes the most logical sense, it would obviously make more sense if I was sitting in, you know, the position of a player here. And an illicit was behind the DM screen, but for obvious reasons, I kind of want my character front and center. Yeah, I'll have to think about it, but it's an interesting, especially with the strings. If I have a tadpole here, kind of, and I'm the idea is basically to have it pinch between the fingers, like so, and then have like this sort of ethereal string going from the tadpole to the heads of each of the characters. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's true. Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe having some like figures. I could make it like more of like the shadowy silhouette of an illithid. That could actually also improve the framing of the piece a little bit. I'll have to think on it. But yeah, anyways, at this point, as far as working on stuff on stream is concerned, I'm going to wind down. Oh, I don't think I've ever played Dark Imperium, but yeah, if you're interested in setting up a game, I'd definitely be interested in that. But obviously, I know how much prep work something like that can take, so if it ever reaches a more concrete stage in planning, let me know. But yeah. So yes, the time has come. Wait, before I do my whole ending spiel, let me just quickly check if there's anyone who I might chance to raid. Not really. In that case, the time has come for us to acknowledge an ending. It has been my pleasure to be your host tonight, and if you enjoyed the broadcast, be sure to perform those rites of appeasement upon the algorithms. And additionally, if you're interested in catching more of these broadcasts in the future, we do have a Discord server now. Let me just hold on. Let's see if that command still works. It does indeed. Hold on. Should automatically activate on both platforms. I hope to see you all again soon, but until then, safe travels and have a nice night.